I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Barnett. Here. Senator Barrett. Senator Blackman. Senator Blackwell. Senator Blunt. Senator Boyd.
Good morning.
Senator Branning. Senator Bryan. Senator Butler for 36. Senator Butler for 38. Senator Carter. Senator Kaufman. Senator Chazanol. Senator Chisholm. Senator DeBar. Senator Delano. Senator England. Senator Fillingane. Senator Frazier. Senator Harkins. Senator Hickman. Senator Hill. Senator Hobson. Senator Horn. Senator Jackson. Senator Johnson. Senator Jordan. Senator Kirby. Senator McCon. Senator McDaniel. Senator McClendon. Senator McMahon. Senator Michelle. Senator Moran. Senator Norwood. Senator Parker. Here. Senator Parks. Senator Polk. Senator Seymour. Senator Simmons of the 12th. Senator Simmons of the 13th. Senator Sojourner. Senator Sparks. Senator Suber. Senator Tate. Senator Thomas. Senator Thompson. Senator Turner Ford. Senator Whaley. Senator Wiggins. Senator Williams. Senator Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senators, guests in the gallery, please rise for the invocation given by Senator Barnett, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance given by Senator Parker. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. As we near the end of this session, and with much legislation that still needs to be tended to and much legislation has been passed, I pray that even though we're about to end this, I pray that we draw closer and closer to the Father as we go into these last days. For we understand that we may find a lot of disagreements with each other, but I pray that we can find the strength to still remain friends when we leave this place. Let us pray. Father God, this morning we come with our heads bowed. Father God, not coming and asking, but thanking you for another day, Father God. Thank you for another portion of your grace and your mercy. And Father God, as we go through this day, help us to be like Solomon, Father. Help us to first realize that these are your people who we are allowed to serve. And help us to be like Solomon again, Father, and ask the question, who am I so worthy enough to be able to lead your people? And Father God, we pray that when we understand that these are your people that we're here to lead, then Father God, then you would open up the windows of heaven and pour out the blessings upon this state and across this country, Father God. And Father, we just thank you again this morning, again, for your grace and your mercy. And we pray, Father God, that what we do here today be pleasing in your sight. Let it not be for political party or political gain, but be pleasing to you. We pray this in your Son, Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Thank you, Senator Parker. Reading of the journal, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Committee reports, Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next to the reading of the titles of bills and resolutions, I recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests. Senator McMahon, you're recognized for an introduction of guests.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you. I'd like to ask Bob Davison to step out towards the floor. Counselor, is he here, Bob? I know there's several veterans in the room today, but I believe that Bob Davison is the only veteran of the Vietnam conflict, and today it's Vietnam Memorial Day. Let's give him the respect and honor that he deserves as a Vietnam soldier.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for your service to the country and to the Senate and the state. We rely on you for many things, and we appreciate you. Okay, other announcements? Other announcements. Okay, we'll go to the calendar. Senator Frazier, recognized.
Thanks, Mr. President. I request floor privileges for the Women for Progress organization.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the guests to the chamber floor.
You might have to take them to the step, please. Thank you, Hannah.
Mr. President, March is Women's History Month in this country, and we've been blessed in the state of Mississippi to have a group of phenomenal women, movers and shakers. It's very appropriate that we recognize the Women for Progress organization this morning for their role. In 1978, their founder had a vision, Ms. Dorothy Stewart Samuels, to empower women, to give them a piece of the economic pie and the political pie. They help forums to educate women and others about their opportunities and to live up to their full potential. And because of them, we're able to rise in the city of Jackson throughout the state of Mississippi. I appreciate all they've done. We're going to present a proclamation to them this morning, Mr. President, and I would request that Arnold read the title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 99, a resolution commending Women for Progress of Mississippi Incorporated for 45 years of public service to the citizens of the state of Mississippi. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the state of Mississippi that we do hereby commend Women for Progress of Mississippi, Inc. for 45 years of public service to the citizens of the state of Mississippi and extend the best wishes of the Mississippi Senate for the future prosperity of this organization. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to the Director of Women for Progress of Mississippi, Inc., and be made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Mr. President, I request that Ms. Willie Jones be allowed to address the Senate.
You're recognized to address the Senate, ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Willie Jones, President of Women for Progress of Mississippi. Thank you so much to Senator Hillman Fraser, which has been a long-time champion of Women for Progress. And we thank the entire Senate body for this recognition. This means a great deal to our work. Women in Mississippi have made considerable advances in recent years, but still face inequities that often prevent them from reaching their full potential. It is our goal to continue to work with our local and state leaders to remove the obstacles that continue to face and to encourage policy and programmatic changes that can improve women's opportunities. These include affordable health care, programs and policies to expand the supply of affordable quality child care for all who need it, workforce training that creates a direct pathway to higher paying jobs. Women for Progress, which was chartered in 1978 to disseminate information on the issues our community and our state face. It is our desire that voters are informed and active participants in the policy-making process. Women must be a part of that policy-making process. We can help more women get to the table by supporting the right of every citizen to vote. We believe that voting is fundamental citizens' right that must be guaranteed. We oppose any action that might limit that voter participation by supporting online voter registration, early voting, and expansion of absentee voting. Women for Progress believes government should ensure transparency, accountability, and preservation of the common good. Women for Progress supports public school education. We support access to a quality education for all children, regardless of race, class, status, special need, or location of residence. Women for Progress facilitates the upward mobility of minorities. We must promote the economic health of cities, improve the quality of life for all citizens in Mississippi. But we believe alternatives to imprisonment should be explored and utilized, taking in consideration the circumstances and the nature of the crime. We also support policies to provide a decent home and suitable living environment for every Mississippi family. This year, we celebrate the rich legacy and its future aspirations and goals to continue to uplift Mississippians and impact the quality of lives for all Mississippians. Thank you so much to this Senate leadership for recognizing Women for Progress of Mississippi.
Thank you, and thank you, ladies. We do have pleased to have a special guest here for President Pro Tem of the Mississippi House, I'm sorry. The Honorable Jason White has joined us, and I would acknowledge him right here. Thank you. Thank you, Jason. We're getting close. Thank you very much for coming down and working with us. We appreciate you. Okay, we have one other, Senator Simmons, I believe. Senator Simmons? Mr. Sergeant, Senator Simmons out there. We have a presentation, I believe. There we go. There we go. I got you. Thank you, Senator. You got to speak up. I didn't see you were ready. You're recognized, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to request floor privileges to McEvan High School boys basketball team.
Those are granted. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the guests to the chamber floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Mississippi State Senate, we have before us the McEvans High School boys basketball team, and we commend them and Coach Eric Henry for winning the Class 1A state championship. Mr. President, would you please have the title read?
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 78, a resolution commending and congratulating the McEvans School Warriors boys basketball team and Coach Eric Henry for winning the MHSAA Class 1A state championship. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi that we do hereby commend and congratulate the McEvans School Warriors boys basketball team and Coach Eric Henry for winning the MHSAA Class 1A state championship, and extend the best wishes of the Mississippi Senate to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors for future success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Eric Henry and McEvans Principal Shannon Thompson for the team, forwarded to the Bolivar County School Board, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Today, I am honored to present to the Senate one of the jewels of the Mississippi Delta, the McEvans High School Warriors of Shaw, Mississippi. On Thursday, March 2nd, 2023, the Warriors won the Class 1A state basketball championship, which happens to be their 5th state title in school history. The Warriors, led by Coach Eric Henry, did what they did often, function together as a team and win. I am grateful and consider it as an honor to serve as their state senator for this great team and the citizens of the Mississippi Delta. We also have some of the coaches, and we would like to welcome them to the state senate. Mr. President, I ask for speaking privileges for Coach Eric Henry and Principal Tracy Dunn.
Coach, you're recognized to address the Senate.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you all for allowing us to come here. I always wonder when you win big titles, you go to the White House. I guess on this level, you go to the state capitol, and kind of feel glad about that. At least I can say I have been to the White House. And at that time, I would like to say thank you all, and maybe again, I'll be back down here again to say the same thing again.
Thank you, Coach.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to thank you all for this fabulous opportunity to come here and allow us to represent the McEvans Warriors. It is truly great that these students, these group of young athletes, are champions on and off the field and off the basketball court, and I am greatly proud of this group of young men. Thank you all again.
Thank you. Thank you, and congratulations to each of you. Everybody get closer. We can get in the picture now. Congratulations, y'all. Very proud of you. That's hard to do. Okay, Senate, we're working hard on getting the final conference committee reports in. Encourage everybody to finish as quickly as we can so we can complete the calendar today. We have some time for a few of y'all to work on a little bit longer this morning, so we will recognize Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess, subject to call.
Stand in recess, subject to call. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Senator Carter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and go to item 17 on today's calendar, have the title read.
Senator moves to suspend the rules, go to item 17. All in favor say aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. The rules suspended. Please read the title.
House Bill number 698, municipal water, wastewater, and sewer services require equity-based billing based on use of.
Senator Carter,
I move that we adopt the conference report and be recognized to explain.
you're recognized to explain.
This is the same conference report that we adopted yesterday with a small change. We grandfathered in municipalities who already have a flat rate billing fee, and that's all the rest of this conference report does. I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, I'm sorry, we do have Senator Horn for a question.
Question.
You yield Senator Horn for
I
a
do.
question. Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Carter, do you have a list, and can you tell us which communities are being grandfathered in?
I don't. It's anybody that's currently billing off of a flat rate. I don't know how many communities. We've tried to get it from MML. They don't know. We had a colleague in the chamber whose district was affected by the bill yesterday, and so we made an adjustment at the yesterday to grandfather in people who currently bill based off of a flat rate.
So that colleague's community has flat rate billing?
Correct.
Can you tell us what that community, where that community is?
It's Long Beach, so the flat rate is $80 a month, and that includes wastewater, sewage, and garbage pickup.
So regardless of the value of a piece of property, is just a flat rate in Long Beach?
Yeah, it's a flat rate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator, motion is?
Adoption of the conference report on morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of the conference report by use of one roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Horn is no. Senator Norwood is no. Senator Jordan is no. Senator Thomas is no. Senator Jackson is no. Senator Ford, Senator Frazier is no. Senator Blackman is no. Anyone else? Senator Norwood, I think I named. Senator Norwood is no. Senator Butler, no. Both Butlers. Okay. Do what?
Got you.
I got you. I had you, Senator Butler.
We're good.
Okay, seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report has been adopted. All right, we'll go back to the beginning of the calendar. We'll pass and retain items 1 and 2. Go to item number 3. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 3, House Bill 1140, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1140, beer, light wine, and light spirit products provides manufacturers prohibited from having interest in wholesalers or distributors.
I ask you recognize Senator Chasnall to explain the conference report.
Senator Chasnall, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is very similar to ones that we have dealt with in the past, and it deals with alcohol products that are coming into the state. The purpose of the bill is to maintain the 3-tier system of distribution to separate manufacturing and distribution. And so it's quite simple and clear-cut, but it just maintains our existing structure for manufacturer distribution of alcohol in Mississippi. If there are no questions, I suggest passage on the morning roll call.
We do Senator Blackwell for a question.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you.
You yield Senator Blackwell.
Yes.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to make sure I heard you mention it, but just want to confirm this is not going to have anything to do or interfere with our current three-tier system, is it?
No, this supports the current three-tiered system, yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, are there any other questions? Seeing no further questions, motion, Senator.
Passage on morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption
Of the conference
of
report.
the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all. Senator Branning as present?
No.
No. Senator Branning is no. Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Oh, Senator Tate is present. Okay, record.
Present.
Senator Tate is, sir?
Frazier.
Senator Barrett is present. Senator Frazier present. Anyone else? All right, seeing no others, please record all others as present. The president by use of more roll call is voting aye. Conference report's been adopted. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 4, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item number 5, Senate Bill 2695, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2695, Tourism Project Incentive Program, extend deadline for MDA issuance of certificates approving participants.
Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to recognize Senator Chazanal to explain the conference report.
Senator Chazanal, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This simply allows existing tourism projects to have additional time in order to complete their purpose and will be supervised by the Mississippi Development Authority. This issues certificates to those people that need the extra time. And if there are no questions, I suggest that we accept the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Does any senator have a question? Seeing no questions, Senator suggests adoption of conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report's been adopted. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 6, Senate Bill 2842, and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2842, use tax, revised standards for municipalities' eligibility to receive monies from Special Infrastructure Assistance Fund.
Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the use tax diversion to our cities and counties for infrastructure. And in the language, we had to recommit it. We didn't want it used to be paying debt service for other items, but we did allow cities and counties to use the use tax to bond for projects, and therefore that would be a reliable use of the use tax money to pay off debt service for bonds related to. And so what we did was on line 35, it says, after it says including stormwater and drainage improvements and or as a pledge to pay all or a portion of debt service on debt issued by a municipality for the purposes provided in this section. And we also did that for the counties that is on line 113 as well. So that cleared up the problem and allows them to use the proceeds from the use tax to bond, pay debt service on bonds for projects. That's the explanation of the conference report. I'd be happy to yield for any questions. If there are none, I'll move adoption on the morning roll call.
Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr. President, to the chairman.
Do you yield, Senator Jordan?
I certainly do.
Senator
Thank
Jordan.
you. Mr. Chairman, is there a percentage of the amount of resources that can be used by municipalities, counties?
The use tax diversion is dependent upon the cities and counties maintaining a level of spend for infrastructure. So as long as they meet that requirement that they spend a certain amount the prior year, they would get the use tax money from the state, and they can use that for streets, roads, bridges, water, sewer, drainage projects.
Yes.
And they could use that money that they get from the use tax. They can pay directly for projects, or they can go out and get a bond and do a lot of projects and use that money as debt service payments for the
Sure,
bonds
sure.
to do a big package.
Okay. But it's not based on a certain percentage of the amount that they can use.
Let me see if it says anything that speaks to that. I don't believe it does. It doesn't address that in this conference report. No, sir.
It's not needed? You don't think it's needed?
No, I think.
Because they may spend it all and it's,
Well, that's incumbent upon them to be wise with the money they're getting. I think it's, I think the use tax, they'd have to look at the receipts that they receive every year from the Department of Revenue on use tax and kind of get an idea of what they can expect. I mean, they know what the use tax is year over year.
Sure.
They can see how it's going and they can use that to plan accordingly. But no, it does not hinder them on doing a certain percentage.
thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? See no questions.
See no questions, move adoption of the conference report on the morning roll call.
Senator moves to adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by use of morning roll call as voting on the conference report's been adopted. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the members of the committee. We had a lot of work done. Thank Ian, our attorney over there, and Becky, who has kept it all together. I appreciate all y'all's indulgence over the term. Thank you.
All right, we'll need to go on the calendar, pass and retain items 7 through 12, go to the in-conference general bills, pass and retain item 13, item 14, Senator Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to go to item 14, call it up and have the title read.
Please read title.
House Bill number 400, election crimes, revise the penalties for certain.
The motion will be that we do adopt the conference report, and I'm happy to explain it, Mr. President.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. You should have a handout that you have already just received or should be receiving shortly. This sort of is a spreadsheet, which is a lot easier to look at, 2 pages that details the variations between a current law, what the House version was, and then what the conference report before you is on that last and final right-hand column. The conference report creates a new section of law that any person who shall deny another person the right to vote for a reason that is not provided in law shall be deemed guilty of a crime and punished by a fine not exceeding $10,000 or be imprisoned in the MDOC not exceeding 10 years or both. It also increases the sentences and fines for a number of these election crimes, and those are listed. And again, what you're looking at is the far right-hand column, which is the conference report. So for instance, for the crime of bribery or of hiring canvasser to use unlawful means, it would be for a sentence not to exceed 10 years or not to exceed $5,000. Now, what you would notice in some of those versions between what the House was and the Senate was and then what the conference report is we took out the minimums. There were some minimum sentences in a couple of these categories previously, and those have been removed in the negotiations with the House. So you have the not greater than, but you don't have the not less than. So that is the difference, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Bryan? You wish to speak, Senator Bryan?
I wish to speak on the conference report.
You recognize.
No other questions? I will yield to.
We do have some questions.
Okay.
While Senator Bryan's coming here, Senator Sparks.
A question, Mr. President.
You recognize for
yes.
a question.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, if he yields, I yield.
I yield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's a lot of moving parts here because we've got about a dozen or more statutes in front of us.
Right.
This is obviously a House bill. This is not your bill, Mr. Chairman.
Correct.
What exactly are we hoping to accomplish by raising the penalty tenfold on incarceration and potentially more than that on monetary. Do you have any idea from the authors of the bill what they're trying to accomplish?
Yeah, I spoke with our friends in the House, and of course, what they were attempting to accomplish was to discourage election crimes. That's sort of the gist I got from them.
Okay, and I'm curious, and I apologize, I hate to ask you these questions because, as I said, this is not your bill, this is the House bill.
Sure.
How many prosecutions under each of these statutes have we had in the last decade?
I think they've been very, very few.
Okay. I'm all for securing our elections, but we've already passed one bill this year that's named the Election Integrity Act.
Right.
That is an audit bill. Audit occurs after the fact. If a crime is detected, that crime has to be turned over to the Attorney General's office or the local district attorney to prosecute. Is that how you understand it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just a little, I guess, confused, which happens pretty regular, why we're raising the penalties tenfold on crimes we're not prosecuting.
Well, I think there's a deterrent effect, hopefully, in all of this. And the idea being that if you are thinking about committing an election crime, you would think twice about doing it if you know that the penalties are going to be of this nature.
Okay, but we don't know, because I'm looking at these penalties. I've been practicing criminal law for 15 years, and I see what's on the docket each term of court. I don't know that I've ever recalled seeing any of these crimes on the docket. I just wonder, and you know, no offense to the authors, but if we're just passing bills to, you know, be able to say we did something, I just don't see the meat here. Where's the beef? It would be the old Wendy's commercial.
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you,
I
Mr.
appreciate
Chairman.
it. Thank you.
Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator
Sure.
Blunt.
Sure.
Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Fillingane. Section 2. Any such manager who shall proceed to any election without having the ballot box locked would now be guilty of a felony and be subject to potentially 10 years in prison, even if there's no allegation of fraud or intent to commit fraud, or that anything has been done fraudulently with the box or the casting of ballots. If the manager does not lock the box, you're looking at 10 years in parchment.
Well, you're looking at not greater than 10 years.
Up to potentially 10 years in prison.
Yes.
Without any allegation of fraud by any candidate or party.
Well, I mean, this is already a crime. It's not like we're creating a new crime.
It is that's correct, but it's currently up to 1 year in jail.
Correct.
And now it would be 10 years in prison.
Up to 10 years, yes.
In section 5, any person on line 59 who votes out of the district of his legal domicile could receive up to 20 years in prison. Now, I know the law requires that people vote in the precinct where they live.
Right.
I also know that it is common practice in many places for folks to go back home and vote, for people who have just moved within the county to not change their voter registration to their new address. They go back and vote at mama's house, and they only vote once. They're supposed, if you move from Jackson to Byram, you're supposed to change your voter registration to Byram. But many people only vote once, do not commit voter fraud. They're voting at the precinct that they've always voted at because that's just where they grew up and where they live. Under the terms of this new Section 5, that person, even if they've only voted once, because their legal domicile is now in Byram and not in Jackson, they would be committing a felony and could be sentenced up to 20 years in parchment.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hickman, for what purpose?
question, Mr. President.
You yield Senator Hickman
I do.
for a question.
Sure.
Senator Hickman.
I think Senator Sparks kind of went down this line of questioning, and I'm not sure if you was able to give an answer at how many of these crimes are we currently prosecuting, and how big of a problem or big of an issue this currently is in the state.
Well, as you know, we don't have voting every day. Okay, so you have voting in most cases every 4 years. Sometimes if it's a shorter term, like for Congress, maybe every 2 years. So you're not going to have a situation where people have the opportunity to break these laws, but very randomly. So there aren't that many prosecutions, and we hope there aren't that many crimes. But if you're looking at that versus like, you know, some other crime that people can commit every day, you're not going to have this large volume of crimes because you don't have the opportunity to commit this but once every 4 years.
Okay, and I guess, I mean, I think it's not once every 4 years. I mean, I think we're one of the only states, we have elections every single year. But I guess my question goes to the point of, did we do any research? Do we have any data as far as, like, let's just say every election cycle, we have X number of people being convicted of these particular crimes, or this is an issue here, this is an issue there. Yeah. Do we have any tangible research that shows us those things?
Well, I know that every election cycle you hear about certain persons being charged. Now, they're prosecuted, some of them are found guilty, some of them are found not guilty, but I think every election cycle you have people that are prosecuted, yes.
Okay, so I mean, I hear a lot of I thinks, a lot of every cycle, so I'm going to take the answer as no, that we didn't do the research. We don't have data to show how much this crime is. So I guess my next question is, have we looked at how much increasing these penalties are going to cost the state, as far as we've made, I mean, some of these crimes we've increased tenfold. What cost effect does that have on the state of Mississippi by doing such?
Well, under your logic, Senator Hickman, if we're not prosecuting these crimes and no one's committing them, it's not going to cost us anything, will it? Because there are no prosecutions.
So again, I'll take that as a no. You didn't look into it, and we don't have any data on how much it's going to cost. Thank you, Senator Philip Gay.
However you want to take it. I'm going to tell you this, that these crimes do take place. They are prosecuted. Thankfully, it's not that often because, again, you can only vote once every 4 years on a certain election. So you're not going to have these rampant crimes, and thank God for that. Our right to vote is far too important to be flippant about it. And so, no, you're not going to have that many prosecutions. But yes, by increasing the penalties, I think you absolutely set a precedent that if you commit this crime, you're going to pay a penalty and potentially serve time in jail, and it serves as a deterrent not to commit these crimes. Thank you for the question.
Next, Senator Jordan, for what purpose?
I have a question, Mr. President.
Yield Senator
Yes,
Jordan.
sir.
Senator Jordan, you're recognized.
Senator Philip Gaines, my friend.
Yes, sir.
You realize that this is intimidation because Mississippi, our beloved state, have had more problems trying to keep people from voting than any other state in this nation. And this is intimidation. We have no pre-clearance, but I've sued a lot of people because of certain things that trying to intimidate people from voting. And that's exactly what this does. Wouldn't you agree?
No, sir. I strongly disagree with that. I think it's intimidation against people that would break the law. That's what we're trying to do, is intimidate people from breaking the law.
But you have no statistics to show that of any great magnitude.
I think we all would agree that every election cycle we hear of people in communities across the state that commit election fraud, that are prosecuted for that, and that's what we're talking about here.
Is it a great number?
If it's my election, if it's one person that cheats in my election, I consider that a very great number.
So we're going to spend millions of dollars persecuting one person for illegal handling of the ballot or whatever the cause may be. But we're creating more problems than you're solving. Wouldn't you agree?
No, sir, I do not. I think we're trying to prevent problems so that our election integrity is not questioned across our state.
But this will not stand in federal court. You agree with that, won't you?
No, sir, I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Well, I just think we have gone through enough intimidation in the state of Mississippi to be creating problems. And that's what this bill does. And you disagree with me, but deep in your heart, you know I'm right. Thank you.
Senator Jordan, I think if you are wanting people to commit election fraud, you probably aren't going to be in favor of this bill.
Now, you know better than that.
No, I really
Now,
don't.
you know better than that. That's, you know.
All right, let's go to the next.
I've given my life fighting for voting rights.
Senator, that's enough of that. Now, Senator Moran, you're recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Would this be retro, and when would it take effect?
This would take effect, let me double check so I don't tell you the wrong thing.
Is there an immediate release on it?
We could only hope. July 1st, 2023.
The reason I ask, if someone is qualified to run in a Senate seat and they live in one county and they're voting in another county, would this bill handle that situation?
Yes, sir. After this body, should it see fit to pass this and the governor sign into law, then yes. After July the 1st, if that continues, then yes.
What could we do to get immediate release?
I'm happy to ask for immediate release.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, next, Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator Norwood?
Yes, sir, of course.
Senator Norwood, you recognize.
Thank you, Senator Fillingane. Senator Fillingane, for the benefit of this bill.
Yes, sir.
How is legal domicile defined?
Well, this bill doesn't address legal domicile. As far as a definition, it just talks about the crime. So legal domicile is defined in our statutory code, but more so, it's been court tested in our case law. So what the courts look at, as you, I'm sure, are aware, are things like where you file your homestead exemption, where you've been voting, where you are purchasing your car tag. There are a whole number of factors that the courts look to when the issue of legal domicile is brought to their attention.
Okay, I'm a freshman in college. I just registered to vote.
Mm-hmm.
My college, I live in my dormitory, which is not where I registered to vote.
Okay.
I'm going to be in my dormitory 12 months of a year.
Right.
But I'm registered to vote back in Washington County.
Sure.
Would that be considered the dormitory? I mean, I don't own a car. don't file homestead.
Right.
But I'm living in the dormitory in Hinds County.
Yes.
Would that be considered
a domicile?
No. Would that be considered a crime?
No, this happens a lot. I'm familiar in Forest County, right next door to my home county. Of course, the University of Southern Mississippi is located there. So every semester you have voter drives, be it the college Republicans or the college Democrats or the Greens or whoever. They go around and they try to get students to sign up and register to vote in that county, in Forest County, Mississippi, and they can do that. I mean, if they're a student and they can show that their dormitory is in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, in Forest County, then certainly they're obliged to register that person when they show up at the circuit clerk's office in Hattiesburg to register. Now, once they complete their education, most of them, like you say, do either go back home to live and work, or they travel someplace else to live and work, and then they can change their voter registration to there. But as long as they abide by the law, that is perfectly fine, and they are perfectly able to register to vote where they're attending school.
Okay, but that's not the case, though. I present it. I live in Washington County, is where I'm registered to vote.
Okay.
But I'm attending school in Hinds County.
Okay.
I don't want to vote in Hinds County. I want to vote in Washington County.
Okay.
But I don't live in Washington County. I live in Hinds County because I'm a student.
But your legal residence is still in Washington County, and that's where you're allowed to vote.
But I don't have a tag. I don't own a home. I don't have a tag.
You have a residence. I mean, you're living with your parents, and they have filed for homestead exemption, and that's where you've been living. So certainly you are legally eligible to vote there.
I mean, are you concerned that of the confusion or the misapplication or the misinterpretation of what we're creating here regarding illegal,
Absolutely not. You know what, Senator Norwood, I trust our prosecutors and I trust our judges. And that's why you have the language of up to. So when you go to court and you put on these evidence, pieces of evidence, and you show that that was not that person's intent, then obviously you're not going to have any sort of convictions for those hypothetical crimes that you're talking about.
but are you concerned that individuals may create, if you will, bogus situations to compromise a potential candidate or a candidate?
I am not. Now, I think if what you're doing is you're trying to vote in both places at once. So there have been instances where people, like you said, are attending school one place, and of course, previous to that, they've lived in another place, and they're trying to cast ballots in both locations on the same election, then that obviously is fraud, and we would not be in favor of that, I presume. Casting two ballots in one election.
So you have no concern that this?
No, sir.
That this will not, that this will create chaos?
No, sir. I do not.
Or confusion?
I have no concerns like that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Filligan.
You're welcome.
Senator Hobson for a question. Do you yield, Senator Hobson?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
I've got a few questions about it, and I'll start with the one that's similar to what Senator Norwood was asking about, and I think maybe somebody else. And I apologize if I'm asking a question that's already been asked, but I was engaged in some other conversations.
Sure.
But I think one of the concerns is the voting in the wrong location.
Sure.
What's the penalty? If you're voting in one place and you live in another, what's the penalty for that?
Well, if you're talking about voting, multiple voting penalties, so in the situation where you're registered in one place and then you're attending school in another place, and so you're casting ballots in the same election twice, then the current penalty for that is not greater than 5 years, and the conference report would move that to not greater than 20 years.
Okay, but I'm not talking about that. Certainly if somebody's going to vote in two different places for the same election,
Right.
that's a real problem.
Right.
What about if I live in one place, but I vote in another? What's the penalty for that?
Let's see. This one. Okay, so it's the voting by unqualified person or at more than one place? Is that?
No, it'd be just voting once. If I, let's say, lived in Jackson, but I went to Vicksburg to vote, what's the
Okay.
penalty for that?
Well, currently, I think that would fall under, looks like 97-13-35. So it would be voting by an unqualified person. So you would not be qualified to vote in that location, essentially. Currently, that is of not greater than 1 year or not greater than $1,000. And the conference report would move that's not greater than $5,000 or 20 years.
So if I voted in the wrong location, I would get up to 20 years in prison.
Up to.
Yeah, I know, but it's subject to 20 years. I'm going to go back through a different scenario than what Senator Norwood talked about, but I think about young people particularly where they may live in a locale. I think about my own children where they live somewhere. I've got a son who's in the construction business.
Right.
And he may live somewhere for a while. He may live somewhere for a year or two, but then he may move again. And he may feel like Vicksburg is his home place. He wants to vote Warren County.
Sure.
But if he goes to court and he's got an apartment at the place in, wherever he's living, and he's got his car registered there temporarily,
Right.
but he may be moving soon because he needs to have his car registered, but he doesn't really intend to live there.
Right.
He could go to prison for 20 years for voting. If he comes back to Warren County to vote, he would be subject to going to prison for 20 years. If the courts determine that's his residence was the other place, he could be subject to going to prison for 20 years not just get his vote cast, not get a hand slap,
Right.
say, hey, your resident should have been here, you need to register to vote there. You're going to get 20 years in prison for voting in Warren County.
You know, I think that would not be the case. I think what you're looking at in this situation is where someone is, let's say, registered in another state, and then they come and register where they're attending school, and so now they have cast a ballot back in Georgia, and then they're also casting a ballot in, Jackson or Hattiesburg or Lafayette County, for instance. That is what the law is designed to address.
I understand that, but I just think this is a dangerous place to be, where you're going to put somebody in prison for up to 20 years for that kind of infraction, if you will, that kind of penalty, which seems awfully onerous, terribly significant for that. Let me move on to two other topics. One is intimidating and boycotting an elector. What does that mean? What does that include?
Intimidating, that would be, people with, I think you've seen in other parts of the country where people with guns show up at the polling place, and the effort is to try and intimidate people from not coming in to the polling place to cast their ballot for fear of their safety or harm, something like that.
What if one of us here in the chamber were to go to a friend joking around, say, you better vote for me, I'm going to get you. You better, boy, I'm going to let you have it if you don't vote for me.
Sure.
Likely a court's going to say, well, that's not really intimidation.
Of
but
course.
what if people took that the wrong way and somebody's kidding around and that's considered intimidation? That person could also go to prison for 20 years. And by the way, how does you work in a county jail? Can you be in a county jail for 20 years, or is that?
No, that would then be a felony, so that would be in MDOC.
I think the summary shows that would be a county jail.
Yeah, that's probably an error on that.
And I get the difference. I mean, if you're saying, I'm going to shoot you if you don't vote for me, and I got a gun out, that's a different story. But if people took that the wrong way, that you're trying to intimidate them.
Well, that's why we have courts and judges that interpret the scenario and apply the law accordingly. And that's why you have discretion. As being a former Judd A chairman, you have talked about discretion of the courts and how important that is. And I would agree with that.
You're right, and I understand. I just think that the penalties related to the type of activity are significant. Sure. The other one is, what's the section 23-1593? It talks about penalties against election commissioners. I'm not sure what's included in that section. I apologize, I've not looked at the entire bill, but that's the 10-year penalty, 10-year penitentiary sentence. What's included in that section?
That deals with when you have, I think, election commissioners that are engaged in trying to register people that are not legitimately supposed to be voting here. They know that they're also registered someplace else. Those types of crimes, towards multiple voting, is really what you're getting at.
So if you've got an election commissioner who's assisting someone in
knowingly,
creating or doing something criminally or illegally, then that person could be okay.
Sure.
And then what about any data on the history of persons that have been criminally charged for election crimes in Mississippi?
I recall not too long ago there were some prosecutions, convictions from Forest County election where someone was registering to vote to run against somebody else. They were not qualified, and they manipulated some documents and things of that nature, and the Attorney General did in fact prosecute that person, and I think they served some time.
I think didn't we pass a law a few years back where those persons are banned from voting? They're banned from being, I don't know if they're subject to suffrage rights, if they get suffrage rights, or if they are permanently banned. I certainly wouldn't have any objection to them being banned from voting and having some penalty of some sort. It just seems like, again, the penalties are awfully high for some of these things that could be slip-ups or mess-ups. And the final thing I've got, Senator, is just, I think Senator Hickman asked the question, what's this going to do to our budget? I know if we're putting people going from 1 year in county jail to 20 years in the state penitentiary,
well,
wow,
Senator Hickman,
I don't think there'll be a lot of people that qualify, but we could be talking about millions of dollars of increases to corrections
I think,
budgets.
In my answer, and I appreciate the question, it's a good one. I think what Senator Hickman pointed out was that we don't have these crimes committed that often. We don't have that many prosecutions, and I agree with that. This is not a rampant type situation, but I think the integrity of our election process is important, and we all, as certainly citizens and elected officials, want to make sure that the election results are what they say they are, and we want to protect that. And so I agree that some of these penalties are pretty stiff.
Yeah.
But for election crimes, I think that's a policy decision we have to make. Do we want to discourage that type of behavior or not?
Yeah, well, I think the sanctity of the vote is incredibly important, and
Sure.
I respect, and I agree that a reasonable penalty. I just feel like some of these penalties are pretty extreme, especially considering the type of activity. It's not violent crime,
Right.
unless it's the one, maybe intimidation.
Sure.
Would you be willing to send this back for further conference, Senator, and see if you could work on a few of those areas that have been discussed?
Sure, and I will tell you that on the Senate's behalf, we had our House friends wanted so much higher penalties on some of these things, and so I think this does reflect a lessening of some of the penalties that were previously offered, but certainly I'm happy to work and continue to work to make whatever would be agreeable to the majority of the body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
I appreciate your answers.
Absolutely.
Senator McClendon, question?
Question, please.
You yield, Senator McClendon.
Yeah.
Senator McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is going to be a real brief, friendly question.
Thank you.
If a family lives in Memphis, Tennessee, and they are registered to vote in Shelby County, and they rent a home in DeSoto County, have their children there, and if they register to vote in DeSoto County,
They, the children, or they, the parents?
the parents,
Okay.
they cannot vote in both places, correct?
They are not legally supposed to vote in both places. That's correct.
And what would the penalty be if that happened?
That would be voting in multiple places or at more than one place. So that would be of not less than 2 years or not greater than 20 years.
Is that a misdemeanor?
It depends on where you fall on that scale. If it's less than 1 year, it is. If it's greater than 1 year, it's a felony.
Would it not be, should it not be the same penalty for robbing those taxpayers in DeSoto County for putting those children in that school district?
I mean, I definitely think it's a serious offense if that's what you're getting at, yes.
So it should be a similar offense?
I think so.
If this does go back to conference, I would hope the committee would consider something like that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Senator Seymour for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You
Mr.
yield,
Chairman,
Senator Seymour for a question.
Sure.
Senator Seymour.
all these sections, 16 sections, 15 of them, they're all intentional crimes. This is, the courts have the discretion if somebody is accidentally and they can prove their case.
Right, sure. I mean, these penalties are only applied if you're found guilty of these crimes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Senator Sojourner, for what purpose?
A question, Mr. President.
Sure. Yes.
Do you yield?
Absolutely.
You're recognized.
Thank
Senator
you,
Sojourner.
Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. I don't want to keep beating a horse because I know a couple of my colleagues have hit on these. Example, my son works off. He'll be in Florida for a year, Montana for 6 months. He just got back from California. He's in Houston.
Right.
He still votes at home.
Right.
He hasn't lived there in a long time.
Right.
He doesn't have a homestead exemption anywhere.
Right.
Can you guarantee me that my son could not be found guilty under this bill?
He would not be found guilty under this
He lived
bill.
in Florida for 2 years.
But did he establish a legal residency?
Well, he had a
That's
driver's
the
license
question.
and
Yeah.
but he didn't own a home. He
Right.
rented.
Right.
He still votes at home.
As he is
Can you
allowed to.
guarantee me?
Well, I
under
don't know
this
about
bill?
guaranteeing. I mean, I can't guarantee anything but, living and paying taxes, basically. But the intent of the law, I can guarantee you, is that that would not be a violation.
And the child who goes off to school and gets a 4-year degree and a graduate degree and a doctorate degree and rents a house for 6 years on the campus at Southern Miss or off campus, but goes home to vote, there's nothing in this bill that would protect her ability to do that if she were challenged.
As long as she has done what you're describing, she can choose to register either in the
But if
county where her school is or where her legal residence was. She just can't vote in both places.
Well, I understand that, but
Right.
that's not really what the language in the bill speaks directly to. But thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Do you yield Senator Hill for a question?
I certainly do.
Senator Hill.
Thank you. I appreciate the tireless work that y'all have tried to get something on this.
Sure.
I know of people that maybe just move across town, buy a house, rent across town in the same city or county, and maybe don't have time when they move to go register, and they don't meet that deadline to register to vote in their new district.
Right.
So they might just go back and vote at their old precinct that they've been voting in. My concern is that would make them subject to 20 years in prison under this bill. And I think that's, I think if we could make some distinction for, somebody that did not know that you could get put in jail for 20 years if you go vote in your old precinct and you move across town. I'm perfectly good with all these others voting in two places and all that, having a harsh penalty, but I'm real concerned about somebody that just moves across town or has property in the county and maybe their parents die, but they're still maintaining the property and they still vote where they voted all their life. Because they do have a residence out there and a farm out there. I'm just concerned about that, so I just wanted to bring that to light.
I appreciate that. And Mr. President, in light of these questions, I would certainly, if I'm recognized for a motion, we would move to recommit this for further conferencing. Would that work for everybody?
Motion is recommit for further conference. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, recommitted. The committee from which it came. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 1:45 this afternoon.
Motion is stand in recess to 1:45. All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it.
On the calendar, Senator Parks. Waive. Senator Barr. Pass and retain. 15, 16, pass and retain on the calendar. 18 and 19. Number 20, Senator Wiggins. Pass and retain. 21 have not been filed. 1 minute. 22, 23. One moment. That's Senator Fillingane. One moment. Yeah, might as well. You're good. You're good, Senator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 23, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1315, pornographic media materials, regulate access to minors and require age verification.
The motion is that we do adopt the conference report. I'm happy to explain the report.
One moment. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1315, pornographic media materials, regulate access to minors and require age verification.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. So what this bill deals with is requiring commercial database vendors to provide age-appropriate products that they've already promised to the state in their contract. And basically, the reason we need this bill is because there are inappropriate content found in these databases. So when our public schools pay EBSCO, which is our current vendor, to screen for age appropriateness, on occasion, unfortunately, there have been some materials that were not caught that are quite inappropriate. And so this bill seeks to close those loopholes. There is a curative period placed into the language of the bill. So it's not just a one strike and you're out type situation. The companies, once they're notified of a violation of the contract, they are allowed 30 days to be notified, then 30 days to correct the problem. And if the problem is corrected, then everything's fine. If later on you find that they have not corrected the problem, then of course the penalties involved in this would include just a warning of the first go-round. The second time that they do not become compliant, then there's like a 10% reduction in their contract fee. And then on the third event of noncompliance, the contract can be voided. So that is what essentially the bill does, or the report. Now, if you look at the report, if you've got it in front of you, you'll see that there are some definitions of what is obscenity, and that starts on lines 35 and following. It's a Supreme Court approved test, essentially the Miller obscenity test, and you can read it for yourself, but the materials have to meet these criteria. And if those things are proven, then a violation of this act would be found, and again, the withholding of payment, and then ultimately the cancellation of the contract could result if the company does not, clean the material off of their site. That is what the report does. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Fillingane. Any questions? Senator Norwood, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
For you for a question?
Certainly, yes.
Senator Norwood's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Fillingane. Would it have any impact on, you're saying company, if I'm an employee of a company, in which that may sell these products or manages the database, and I don't have anything to do with that. Are there any penalties or any stipulations for an employee that may be unknowingly involved in that?
No, sir, but really the only penalties on this would be the ultimate loss of the contract. So there are no like financial penalties or any criminal penalties whatsoever. It's just you have this contract with the state, and in that contract you're already agreeing to do these things. You're agreeing to screen this material for age appropriateness. And if you, like I said, are found to be in violation, you have basically 3 different opportunities to cure that problem once it's brought to your attention. Because I mean, the company may be like, well, we're trying to do this. We didn't know this particular thing slipped by us. So we didn't want to immediately just jump to a termination of the contract. You know, we wanted to say, okay, well, it's a fair thing for you. If you didn't know there was an error made, you have the opportunity to clear that error up. And so that's what you will see in the bill. There's basically a first, second, and third, strike. So you really have to not only have missed it, but then once it's brought to your attention, to not clear it up to 3 times before ultimately you would lose the contract. But to answer your question, there's no penalties for any individuals. The ultimate penalty would just be a loss of the contract to the company. So that would be the penalty. Now there are exceptions though, because some of our friends that look over these types of bills, they say, well, what about this or what about that? So let me, since you've raised the question, starting on line 66 and following, there are a couple of exemptions. So for instance, on line 66, no internet service provider or its affiliates or subsidiaries, search engines or cloud service providers are subject to this particular language. It's just the vendor itself that may be operating on the internet service that the company was providing. So the carrier itself would not be subject. It would merely be the company, like in our case, the vendor's called EBSCO, but different states have different vendors. There are various ones. So it's not the internet service company itself that's subject to losing a contract. It's the actual vendor that is hired by the state to do this that would be subject to losing the vendor. Also, since we're dealing with age appropriateness, the question was raised, well, what about these students that are dually enrolled? Because we have some high school students that may be 16 or 17 even, that are in dual enrolled programs like at our community colleges or our universities. So you'll see in line 72 through 76 that dually enrolled students, even though they may fall into the age bracket that this would normally apply to, those students are exempted, because if they're in college level courses, then they need to be able to do their research on the college level coursework that they're doing. So that exemption was made as well. So those specific carve-outs were included in the report on line 66 through 76.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. For what purpose, sir?
I have a question, Mr. President, to the chairman.
For a question?
Yes, sir.
Senator Jordan is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, give me an example of the kind of material you have reference to?
Well, the materials that would fall into this particular bill would be sexual acts. So if there is a video in a movie on the library's site, or an article about how to use sex toys, for instance, that may not be appropriate for second or third graders.
I can understand that.
Might be appropriate for a college student, of course, if they're doing research on these sorts of things, but certainly for our elementary age kids, that would not be appropriate.
I don't think it'd be appropriate for anybody in a school setting with that you just indicated.
Yes, sir.
But this doesn't have anything to do with American history, does it?
Oh, no, sir. In fact, under the Miller test, which I would draw your attention to in the language of the report, starting on lines 35 and following, for purposes of this act, material is obscene if, and it lists several criteria. So To the average person, it says, applying contemporary community standards taken in whole, it appeals to a prurient interest that is, lustful, erotic, shameful, morbid interest in nudity, sex, or excretions, and that's part one, and the material taken as a whole lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. So even if these things are present, and like you said, history, if there are serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value, it would be exempted. I mean, so you could still get to those things if, in fact, they have these types of qualities about them. And thirdly, the material depicts or describes in a patently offensive way sexual contact specifically defined in the bill. So you would have to show these are things happening and that they lack a political, scientific, literary, artistic value.
Okay, now, let me ask you this now. You're talking about what age group?
We're talking about high school and under, so 18 years of age and under.
Okay, let me ask you this. Now that the 12 systems that control our bodies, reproduction is one.
Yes.
Where you would have to deal with reproduction.
Sure.
Are you not going to allow reproduction to be taught in biology?
Oh, sure. That's on line 42. If it has a scientific value, certainly if you're learning about the reproductive system,
sure,
that falls under the scientific exception, for sure. Now, if you're looking at it just because you want to look at it and not as a result of a coursework that you're engaged in, then that would be something totally different.
No, I was thinking about basic science, 10th grade, whenever they take biology, you're going to run across 10 different systems.
Yes.
And the one that most students like to ask questions about is the reproductive system, starting from the egg to zygote and going through the whole process.
Right.
Now, this bill does allow that to be done.
Yes, sir. If you look on lines 41 and 42.
Okay. Because, all right. I just want clarification.
Sure. Great question.
Thank you, Senator George. Senator Blunt? Senator Blunt passes. Senator Carter, for what purpose, sir?
Question.
You for a question,
Yes,
Senator?
yes,
Senator Carter, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you agree that there's some pretty obscene stuff out there on the internet?
I'm sorry, someone coughed. I couldn't hear you.
So would you agree there's some obscene stuff out there?
Oh, yes.
Would you agree that that gives children an unrealistic expectation of what would happen if they've got into a consensual relationship?
It could, very well, yes.
Is that part of the intent of this bill?
Well, I think, yes, in a way, the intent of the bill is, of course, as Senator Jordan was saying, to certainly preserve those instances that are appropriate, age appropriate in an educational setting for you to be able to get to these pieces of information and do your study and your term papers or your science reports or whatever you have. But at the same time, I think it also recognizes that if you're talking about a kindergarten student, that student probably doesn't need to be seeing certain things that maybe a 10th, 11th, or 12th grader needs to be seeing for their study coursework. So yes, it's just to make sure that it is age appropriate. And again, to bring it back around to one of the earlier statements, this is in the contract already. The question is that contract being carried forward? Is it being enforced? And unfortunately, there have been instances where we have found that the company that is supposed to be screening for these types of age-appropriate things aren't fully compliant in the contract. So this would say, wait a minute, you've agreed to do this, now we expect you actually to do this, and if you don't, we're going to give you several opportunities to correct that material on your site, but if you don't, ultimately you can lose that contract.
I appreciate your work on this bill, Mr. Chairman. I have 4 children myself, and this has always been a concern of mine, and my youngest is 7 and is upcoming in the educational system. So
thank you.
I appreciate your work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Carter. Senator Hickman, for what purpose, sir?
Question, Mr. President.
For you for a question,
Certainly.
Senator Fillingham. Senator Hickman is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman Fillingham. Just a couple of questions about this bill. Does this bill ban both, I guess, narratives that would be seen to be obscene, as well as photographs and videos and all of these types of things?
In certain circumstances, if they fail the Miller test, yes.
If they've done what?
If they fail the Miller test, yes.
And so I guess my question is, courts apply that test, so who's determining, and I may have missed some of it, for some reason I got our time that we were coming back in a little crossed up.
I'm sorry.
But no need to apologize. But who's determining that at this juncture before we get into a courtroom setting?
Well, a great question. Thank you for asking it. So the way this would sort of work is that if you're a parent and you are watching your kid doing their homework at home, let's say on the state-provided service, the internet service that has this library information in it, let's say. And, and I'm glad you brought up, it's not just talking about, a book. Like, that's what libraries, when I was, in the dark ages growing up, you would check a book out, right? But now libraries have books for sure, but they also have videos, they have magazines, periodicals, all those sorts of things. And so, yes, it deals, regardless of the medium, I think what it's talking about is what does that medium allow a child to see? And if you fail the Miller test, which again, going back to Senator Jordan's question, it makes exceptions for if there's literary, artistic, scientific value, then of course that's okay. But if you can show, or if a parent, back to your question, sees something and they say, wait a minute, my 8-year-old ought not to be seeing this on the state-sponsored site, right? And so at that point, the librarian at the school, the parent can call the librarian and say, wait a minute, little Johnny or Susie was doing his or her homework and they see this thing, and I really feel like this is not appropriate for their eyes at this age. Then what happens is the librarian can contact the state vendor, which currently is a company called EBSCO, and that can change. I mean, those contracts are bid out, every so many years, and there are various companies that do it, but let's use our example. So EBSCO is then notified and says, wait a minute, there's this thing that we saw and we don't believe it's appropriate. They then have 30 days to investigate and to decide, well, we really do think it is appropriate, right? Or we agree that it's not appropriate. And then they have 30 days after the investigative period to cure and remove that particular thing. And if they don't, that's when there would be, I guess, the controversy as to whether the company says, well, we think this is appropriate, and the parent and say, no, I don't think it is. At that point, really it would be up to the school to decide whether or not that this particular thing is a violation of the act and therefore the contract. And then there could be litigation, obviously, if there's still a disagreement between the company, who's the vendor, and the school system, who is the one paying for the service. If there's a conflict at that point, then obviously a controversy has arisen and it would end up in potential litigation, I suppose.
And so I think one of my main issues with this bill, and I took the time to read through it, is that in our definition, it say terms like the average person.
Yes.
And what that does is, I think, and I'm not sure on this, is that it drives up the cost of us contracting with people, because now we have to go through all these steps, because any parent can come in and see something and as an average person determine that that may or may not be obscene, and then that triggers this bill. And then we have to go through a process where now the librarian is calling the company has to determine whether it's that. The company has 30 days, and after this 30 days, there could be the potential of litigation,
right,
which gives whoever a cause of action, which leads the company to maybe lose 10% of their proceeds. Do I have kind of an understanding of what the bill does?
It's I think a good understanding of what the bill does, but currently there's a contract already that says they're supposed to be doing this, so you could already have a lawsuit right now if the school system, who is the person hiring EBSCO in this instance to do that, says, wait a minute, why is this stuff on the site? And they say, well, because we think it's fine. Then at this point already there could be a lawsuit.
So basically this bill is purposeless because what we're saying here can already be done.
No, what this bill does is to articulate a curative period. Right now, there is no curative period in the contract. The contract just says company A is supposed to do this, and if they don't, then you immediately go to litigation. I think just the opposite. This could very well save the state and the company's money because we build in a process whereby they can be notified, they can either agree or disagree, and then they can clean the site up before you can move to that next step of litigation.
Senator Fillingham, you're a parent, correct?
Yes.
And you would be, I guess by statute, an average person, because I think this statute says whatever an average person would determine. It's somewhere in there it says what an average person would determine to be obscene or has certain characteristics.
Well, you're talking about the Miller test, which is copied.
Right, which is codified in here.
That's the Supreme Court language, but yeah, it's codified in this.
So you would as a parent be able to determine whether something is obscene for your children to read or to look at and age appropriate once they get to that age.
Yeah.
And you would be someone who could, potentially call the library or the school system and say, why is this on our system, correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
So passages such as, our Father is old, and there is no man around here to give us children, as is custom all over the earth. Let us get our father drunk with wine, then sleep with him to preserve our family. So they got their father to drink wine that night, and the younger daughter went in and slept with him. Again, he was not aware it was when she lay down or when she got up. So both of the daughters became pregnant by their father. Would you consider that to be obscene for children to read?
No.
Okay. Let's look at this one.
I would check the Song of Solomon. It has some pretty graphic descriptions of the female anatomy if you want to.
Well, that's easy to go to, but there's some more saucier stuff in here that you want to look at.
Go for it.
And so Judah and Onan go in unto thy brother's wife and marry her and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And when it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. Would that be considered obscene? I mean, and it actually speaks of some things that are specifically listed in the Miller test.
No, I think what you're failing to tell the body is these passages from Scripture certainly fall under the literary exception in line 42.
So the Bible is just a literary document?
It's much more than that to me, but it's certainly been recognized worldwide as a very pronounced literary document, yes.
And again, I just think that given without the context, I think everybody could tell by the text that it was biblical, but there are many things that are out there that would lead people to bring these kind of claims that then make it more expensive to contract. And then also, again, I think the reason why I've been advocating against this is because it makes us less attractive to contract with, when again, there are federal laws on the book, and you say these things are already in the contract. We're putting things on the books that make us as a state and as a body look more unattractive than we do, and I think it's totally unnecessary. But thank you for answering my question.
Yes,
thank you
sir.
for your time.
Thanks for the question.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
Do you yield, Senator Hill?
Certainly.
Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill has passed in 4 states already, and there's in the works in several other states as we're attempting to pass this, correct?
Yeah, I think it just passed maybe North Dakota, making it 5 states.
5.
Yeah.
And so they've been able to, the ones that have already passed in some months back, have been able to work out this material with the vendors, correct?
Yeah, no one's left us any state
Right.
where this law has been implemented. What it actually does is it makes the company come to the table and work collaboratively with the state in which they're hired to do the service and actually make them do what they've contracted to do already.
Right, and the federal law basically is supposed to require the libraries to keep this inappropriate content out of the view of students, correct? The federal law?
Appropriate, yes.
So if these databases are not cleaned up and this stuff continues to be available to students that is inappropriate for students, this actually could jeopardize the federal funding if we don't clean it up, correct?
Yeah, there are federal laws on the books that already call for this. So this is the state i.e. Mississippi, trying to comply with
Comply with
the
it.
federal law.
So-
Yeah.
Because right now, the things that we've pulled up in the last week would certainly be in violation of the federal law.
Yeah, and I would want to thank Senator Hill. She really has been the workhorse behind this legislation. I'm simply the messenger presenting, but she has done a lot of work. You have done a lot of work. And if anyone is curious as to the types of materials that can be found on our current site, even though it's supposed to be having been screened, please see Senator Hill, because she has printed out quite a few eye-opening passages and materials that you would be shocked to find that the state has access to for our kids.
In schools and public libraries, correct?
Absolutely.
And that has made its way around to some curious folks. So thank you for your work and for handling this.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, Senator Bryan, did you wish to speak?
The debate to this point has been interesting, but largely off the point, largely irrelevant. This bill requires a vendor to block a number of things. It has to block each one of them. It's as though there were a list of 1 to 10 things, and you've got to block all 10 of these. And we spend a lot of time like talking about thing 2 and how terrible thing 8 is, and on and on and on. But all 10 of them, as it were, have to be blocked. So it's very confusing with all the cross-references and subsections and all to read through the bill. But if you'll look at page 2, starting on line 17 and going down through line 34, this is what the bill does. First of all, it says a vendor has to block or otherwise prohibit and prevent access to inappropriate materials. There's been an interesting debate about other provisions of the bill. But I want to make it clear, this bill requires a vendor to block inappropriate materials. Nowhere in the bill is there a definition of inappropriate materials. There's discussions of various types of inappropriate materials. But forget all the other stuff. Forget all other stuff. The bill quite simply says this: a vendor must block or otherwise prohibit access to inappropriate materials. And then there are a series of penalties. Who will decide what's inappropriate? The previous speaker said, well, this is what happens. A parent goes to the librarian, and the librarian will then report this to the vendor. Does that mean that any time a parent declares some materials to be inappropriate, that triggers all of these ramifications? And I will remind you that here recently, we have had at least one parent cause a great deal of turmoil in one school district by declaring that Michelangelo's statue of David was inappropriate. So whatever else we wish to accomplish with this bill, and if the bill were restricted to obscene materials or some other definition, that would be a much improvement over what we have here. Then just as a technical matter, but something that I think is concerning, if you look at the last page of the bill, section 3 is in part a severability clause. I'll point out it refers to this act. Generally in Mississippi, we don't refer to acts. Generally, we have a reference to a bill or something like that. So when you see some weird language that we don't use here, like this act, it leads you to believe that perhaps someone from outside the state of Mississippi drafted this legislation, handed it to someone, it got introduced, and it all got through the process based on what some organization from out of state said. But beginning on line 228, we find this. Unless the contrary intent shall clearly appear in the particular act in question, each and every act passed hereafter shall be read and construed as though the provisions of the first paragraph of this section form an integral part thereof, whether expressly set out therein or not. Well, putting aside all the gobbledygook and lawyer talk and convoluted language and syntax that ought to embarrass whoever, wherever drafted this convoluted act, as they call it, what this will do is it will put, as I read it, and I invite anyone to say differently, it will put a severability clause into every single piece of legislation we pass for all time. I suggest if we want to do that, we ought to have a special bill to do that, look at that and think through that in isolation and at some time, instead of finding it lurking here in the last paragraph of a bill that was obviously handed to us by some out-of-state groups. So I would suggest, Mr. Chairman, or Mr. President, that this bill at a minimum needs to be recommitted so that we can deal with this reference to inappropriate material, and we can deal with this severability clause for everything any legislature hereafter does for all time. I believe we'd have a bill that would pass almost unanimously if it were carefully drawn and dealt with obscene materials, which of course have no First Amendment protection anyway. But I think the better course of action at this point would be to recommit this bill for further consideration of at least those two matters.
Senator Brown, are you willing to take questions or you yield the podium?
I'll be happy to answer questions.
Senator Wiggins, do you have a question?
I do, Mr. President.
Do you yield Senator Wiggins? Senator Bryan, do you yield?
Yes, yes.
Senator Wiggins.
Thank you. Senator Bryan, I think I want to go back to what you're referring to on line 135 and your inappropriate materials, and maybe we need to go back to English class, but what I wanted to point out was on line 137, where you see there's what you didn't mention was, quote, likely to be injurious or harmful to a child. And so the inappropriate materials is actually referencing stuff that's injurious or harmful to a child. And certainly, it doesn't matter what it is, we don't agree that seeing something injurious or harmful to a child is okay. In fact, as I've said before, child pornography has been ruled not protected by the First Amendment because it's harmful to children. And so my question would be, don't you agree?
No. What you're talking about is a provision, a section of the bill I made no reference to whatsoever. I had no comments. I said nothing at all directed to the portion of the bill you're asking me about. The portion of the bill I was questioning was on page 2, beginning with subsection 2, I guess it is, and in particular, the reference on line 32. There's a reference on line 32 to inappropriate materials, and that reference has no definition to go with it. So in addition to all the stuff that you're talking about, all the other stuff the debate has been about, what the bill does is to say a vendor must block inappropriate materials with no definition of what inappropriate materials are.
But the area that I quoted, is that not what you said, what the bill actually does?
Senator Wiggins, you're on some other section of the bill. I'm not talking about that section. I'm talking about the language on line 32. If you actually had a physical copy of the bill like this, it's amazing. I'll suggest this for others of you who would like to keep up with legislation. There is this wonderful invention known as paper. And we also have a printing press. And it's just magic. You can take words and print them on paper, and you can flip back and forth and read them and go to what you're looking for. You don't have to sit here with these little thingies with your finger and do all this for the rest of time. You can actually see comprehensively what you're doing. I would go on, I don't want to get off on a tangent, but sometimes there are groups of these pieces of paper bound together in something that is known as a book. But anyway, I don't want to get off on that.
Senator Bryan, just to clarify and finish, you're right. I'm looking back at line 17.
Wait, excuse me, if I could interrupt. You said that you're right part. I don't suppose there's any hope. I don't suppose there's any hope that you would just stop right after the, you're right.
I'm on a roll, Senator Bryan.
I have the sinking feeling there's going to be a but, and it's all going to be downhill.
You are very perceptive, Senator Bryan. So line 26. Subsection 4, inappropriate materials, and it goes on to say, in a manner likely to be injurious or harmful to a child. So it's in the same section you're talking about, and then you go down and it says and. So that's what, in other words, where you're talking about, it's modifying the likely to be harmful to a child.
No.
Correct. Okay.
And this is why I'm saying that my problem is with, among other things, in artful drafting. If this reference to inappropriate materials on line 32 was meant to include subparagraph 4, it would say inappropriate materials as described in subparagraph 4. But it doesn't. Subparagraph 4 is part of, I guess, subparagraph 4 is under little a. And then we get down here to little b, and something that's up there in little a is not incorporated in little b. They're two alternative things. So you are prohibited from doing these things in subsection A, which are defined. But then subsection B says you have to block stuff. And the stuff that you have to block in subsection B doesn't refer to any other provision. So the reference to inappropriate materials in subsection B has nothing to do with this specific type of inappropriate materials.
And I hear what you're saying. Let's go down, and then this should be my last question, line 31, where you're talking about inappropriate materials. If you go to line 34, it references describe or promotes child pornography or child sexual exploitation. Child sexual exploitation is a crime in the state of Mississippi. Child pornography, as has been discussed, is not protected by the First Amendment. So the inappropriate material modifies those, correct?
No.
Thank you.
What subparagraph B does is say you've got to block all these things. You've got to block child sexual exploitation. I've not said anything about that. It says you've got to block materials that depict, describe, well, let me read it correctly. You have to block materials that depict, describe, or promote child pornography or child sexual exploitation. I've not mentioned anything about that. It says you've got to block materials that are sexually oriented. That's a pretty big provision right there. It says you've got to block inappropriate materials. And I think inappropriate materials is the provision I've been talking about. And I just think that, among other things, you're going to have, regardless of the other language, which I think is surplusage, you have to block access to inappropriate materials. And that's what I came up here to talk about, that one provision.
Okay, Senator England, for what purpose? You have a question? You're not going to get into this? Okay. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Senator Bryan.
Well, thank you, Senator England. I think that would be inappropriate if you did so.
Senator Fillingham, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just simply make the motion that we adopt the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Oh, Senator Bryan.
I move we recommit.
Motion is to recommit. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it. The noes have it, Senator. We do not recommit. And now the motion, Senator, was adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Yeah, anyone object to this procedure? Senator Bryan, call the roll.
This is set for the conference report. Senator Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger, Barnett, Barrett, Boyd, Hickman, Hobson, Johnson, McClendon, McCon voted yes.
Okay, Senator McDaniel, did you wish to be recognized before? Okay.
Moran, Norwood, Suber, Thompson, voting yes or yay. Barrett, Blackwell, Boyd, Branning, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingham, Harkins, Hill, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Polk, Seymour, Sojourner, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, and Younger. Voting no or nay, Blackman, Blunt, Bryan, Butler 36, Butler 38, Frazier, Hickman, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Thomas, and Turner Ford. Voting present, Barnett.
With a vote of 36 yeas and 14 nays, the conference report is passed. We'll go, Senator Wiggins will pass and retain 2425. Go to item 26, Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Call that item up, have the title read.
Please read the title.
House Bill number 1390, abstinence education, delete repeal on school board requirement to adopt a policy on absences only or abstinence plus.
Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the conference report. It has the language that we passed out of the Senate earlier. It also adds, or deletes the repealer as what the House bill originally came to us in. So it's exactly the same, but deleting the repealer. And this is, if you remember, this is the one that conforms to federal law, federal policy, allows a lot of our agencies in Mississippi to draw down some federal funds. That's the explanation of the report. I'll be happy to explain answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
If there are none, I move for adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, present. No, Senator Norwood. Senator Norwood as no. Senator David Jordan as no. Senator Simmons, Derek Simmons is no.
No.
Senator Blackman is no. Senator Turner Ford is no. Any others? Seeing no others, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. I beg pardon? Okay. Senator Hickman, you were present on that? Okay. Please, before we go to the next bill, list him as present. Okay, Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to suspend the rules to go back to item 19.
Motion is to suspend the rules, go back to item 19. Any objections? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator,
I ask the title be read.
please read the title.
House Bill number 817, early learning collaborative, increase minimum funding levels for full-day and half-day programs.
Senator DeVar.
Thank you, Mr. President. This report involves our early learning collaboratives. If you recall earlier, we inserted a reverse repealer to it. This increases the funding, or actually it's something we've been doing in the appropriations bill for the last couple of years. We've now conformed it to statute. It increases the full-time rate per student rate to $2,500 and the part-time rate per student to $1,250. That's the explanation of the report, Mr. President. I'll yield for any questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Horn for a question. Do you yield to Senator Horn for a question?
I do.
Senator Horn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator DeBar, so can you tell us which, we're still in the pilot phase, right?
There are, I think we're beyond that. We're close to up to 30 ELCs now.
Do you have a list of who all's involved?
Not with me. We can get you one, though.
I'd like to see that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, a motion, Senator.
Move for adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for adoption of use morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. No for Senator Hill. Anyone else? Anyone present? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. conference report is passed. Senator Wiggins,
Go to item 27, call that up, ask the title be read.
please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2073, age of majority, lower to 18 for securing loans and entering contracts for real property.
My motion will be that we do adopt the conference report and be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. This is the same bill that we passed, only in the conference report, we took out the reverse repealer. Also, the House had a little bit of an issue with, as it pertains to guardianship, and that was not a big issue for us, and everything else remains the same. And so with that, my motion would be that we adopt the conference report on the morning roll call.
Okay, are there any questions? Seeing no questions, Senator moves that we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Norwood? No. Anyone else? Anyone? Senator Jackson?
No.
Present, Senator, or no? Neither. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call. As voting aye, the conference report is passed. Senator Bryan, you recognize.
I go to item 28 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2167, Early Intervention Task Force established.
Senator Bryan.
I move adoption of the conference report.
Seeing no questions, Senator moves adoption of the conference report by use of the morning roll call. Correct, Senator? Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Seeing none, Senator Blackman as no. Anyone else are present? Seeing none, please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Conference report is passed. All right, that was item 28. We'll pass and retain 29. Go to item 30, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you,
Senator, before you start, Senator Thomas, did you wish to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce a resolution out of order.
You're recognized. Please bring it forward. Read the resolution.
Okay. Suspend the rules to take up all items related to disaster recovery from the tornado and weather-related events of March 24th, 26th, 2023.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
Go to item 30, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2382, out-of-state lawyers required to disclose whether licensed to practice law in Mississippi in television ads.
Senator Wiggins.
My motion is that we do adopt the conference report and be allowed to explain.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. We made one change in conference, which was to the listing that has to go on the ad, and it says the person appearing in this ad is not licensed to practice law. And what that covers is the person, if they are in an ad and as a lawyer, then they have to be licensed to practice. That also covers that if you're actually in a firm whose partners are out of state, but you practice, then you're covered under that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Senator Polk, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Do you yield
Yes.
to Senator Polk? Senator Polk.
Senator, thank you. I have said many times on this floor, that's a lawyer bill.
And this is definitely a lawyer bill.
This one fits that for sure.
Thank you. It most definitely is.
My question is, there are other laws that do the same thing for billboard, newspapers, things like that, or are y'all not afraid of them?
Well, this does have billboard and televisions. This applies to billboard and televisions.
Okay, magazine, any public,
I'm sorry?
anything broadcast type media?
Well, it says
streaming?
it says television. It
Well,
didn't
that's what
get
the
to-
title said, yeah, and I wasn't sure. So any advertising has to have this disclaimer.
Well, the law does say television or billboard. There is within the bar Lawyers are required to get sign off from the bar. And there's some question about whether how effective those things get. So that's why we need this bill, and it applies to television and billboards.
You know, I'm actually going to vote for this lawyer bill.
You're coming around, Senator Polk.
Okay, Senator Blackwell, for what purpose?
Question.
Do you yield Senator Blackwell for a question?
I do.
Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I know we have a healthcare shortage of personnel. Do we have a shortage of attorneys in this state?
Well, lawyers are people too, and they need to make a living, and so I am happy if there are more lawyers. You can see what's going on with our freshman class and know how good we are now.
I'm going to take your word that you're people too, but I'm just thinking, just taking a look around this chamber and considering the one down the hall, maybe if we had fewer attorneys here, we wouldn't need outside attorneys coming into the state.
Well, you left me speechless, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Yes.
Do you yield? Senator Sparks is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess attorneys are a lot like preachers. You don't want to hear from one till you need one.
That's right.
So now, all right, on this bill, and you touched on it briefly, but the bar, every ad in this state, as I understand it, years ago when I took the bar exam, every advertisement I would run has to be pre-approved through the Mississippi Bar. Is that not correct for Mississippi lawyers?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And the Mississippi Bar has not weighed in on this at all since we're going to govern advertisements as a legislature?
They have weighed in. I got a memo from the bar, and the memo said that, you know, these things are left to the courts. Inside that, my response respectfully was, we're the legislature and we make the law. And I think if you look at your television, if you drive down I-10 in the coast, there are billboards of lawyers from out of state who, when people drive by there and see them, they think they're lawyers licensed in Mississippi. And by the way, there is, the language you're talking about is on a, I would need to be, have an extra magnifying glass as I'm going 70 miles an hour, strike that, 70 miles an hour to see that. So, you know, I think to that point, it may not be effective, certainly not to the average consumer.
Okay. And did I understand that if it's a firm that has a Mississippi lawyer within that firm, are they excluded from this requirement?
Yeah, so if there's going to be an ad, then the ad needs to be a lawyer in that firm who is licensed in Mississippi.
So if they were going to put a billboard up, they'd need the Mississippi lawyer on the billboard?
Yes.
Picture?
Conversely, if they're not licensed in Mississippi, they can't be on the billboard or the television.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator, a motion?
My motion is that Senator Polk sign on as a co-sponsor and that, and that we adopt the conference report.
By the use of morning roll call.
By the use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator McDaniel, Senator Chisholm, Senator Sojourner, Senator Boyd, Senator Sparks, Senator England. Seeing anyone wish to vote present? Hill is no. England is no. Suber is no. And present for DeBar, Senator DeBar. Hickman, present. Anyone else? Senator Branning as present. Senator Turner Ford as present. Senator Thompson is present. Senator McCon, present. Senator Derek Simmons is present. Senator Robert Jackson is present. Senator David Jordan as present. Anyone else? Please, after writing those down, please read off the ones voting no. Make sure we have it correct.
Voting no or nay: McDaniel, Chisholm, Sojourner, Sparks, Boyd, Hill, England, and Suber. Voting present: Jackson, Jordan, DeBar, Hickman, McCon, Branning, Turner Ford, Thompson, and Simmons of the 12.
Okay. Let me get the vote. The yeas prevailed. The conference report has been adopted. All right, Senator Wiggins, 31.
Yes, go to 31, call that up, ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2384, Foster Care and Adoption Task Force, create.
My motion will be that we adopt the conference report and be allowed to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. There are a couple changes to the bill that we passed, and this comes out of our hearings that we had. Senator Boyd has worked really hard. It's to create the task force on foster care and adoption. The biggest differences in the conference committee is that the House added that the Judiciary chairs be on the task force from both the House and the Senate. Had a couple other members, and that the task force, we had 3 years, and it was agreed that the task force can expire or will expire December 1st of this year. And the bill lists out the items that they are to review and to report back to the legislature. My motion would be that we use the morning roll call to adopt the conference report.
We have a question. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I do have a question.
Do you yield Senator Hill for a question?
I do.
Senator Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you. I was quickly trying to look through that list of people on the task force. There hadn't been any thought to putting maybe a foster parent or somebody from an adoption agency on that task force, because it looks like all government people.
It's what's listed in there, but I will tell you, Senator Hill, that working as late as after lunch, we've been working on a foster parents' Bill of Rights.
Okay.
My understanding is we've gotten that language addressed. So I can tell you that foster parents are being well discussed and well represented during this session. So
Okay. I was just concerned about maybe somebody from, and I think you can take care of it, that bill you're talking about, but I was also concerned about maybe somebody from an adoption agency being represented.
yeah, I mean, and we certainly, and that is partly why the House, and I think it was a good thing that they put in, if you look at lines 55, the chairpersons of the House and Senate Judiciary A shall serve as co-chairs. And so I can tell you, assuming that'll be me, that I'll work on that.
I would just, I would just ask that you, kind of include someone and look at their side of it, because I think our goal is to expedite this and to utilize them in the process as well.
It is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Boyd, for what purpose?
Question?
Do you yield Senator Boyd for a question?
I do.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, if you look back at lines 36 and 37, I think that's what it is, you'll see that,
Thank you for that.
or 38, you'll see that the foster parents, that the Speaker of the House has an appointee to that. And then on 38 and 39, you'll see that the governor actually has an appointee that's a foster care parent, that's a foster child that was somebody in the system. And then if you'll go down there on lines 33 through 45 to Senator Hill's question, I believe you'll see that that is where you will find somebody that is an adoption person and an expert in the adoption area will be appointed.
Thank you, I see that. What she said, Senator Hill.
Okay, seeing no further questions, Senator moves we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Anyone present? Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's been adopted. We'll pass and retain items 32, 33, go to item 34, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 34. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2613, non-emergency transportation providers, extend date by which providers may provide service without a permit.
Senator Blackwell.
My motion is going to be that we adopt the conference report and like to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain, Senator.
Senate Bill 2613 is allowing for an additional year for the non-emergency medical transportation providers to get in compliance with the law that we passed last year. The bill is also creating a process where the non-emergency medical transportation provider who has already met the requirements and has been inspected by Medicaid's non-emergency transportation broker, for them not to be required to undergo additional inspections or pay additional fees to the Department of Health. Providers will still have to register with the Department of Health, however. That's an explanation of the conference report. I'll yield for questions.
Are there any questions? Senator Norwood, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield, Senator Norwood, for a
Yes, I will.
question. Senator Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Blackwell. Now, Senator Blackwell, in this, you are saying that there are provisions that if the medical transportation providers have their vehicles inspected, then they don't have to be inspected by the Department of Health.
That's correct. If they're currently inspected by a broker of Medicaid for non-emergency medical transportation, they would not require an additional inspection, nor would they be required to pay an additional fee.
And that was taken out. That was in there earlier, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, Senator Blackwell.
Senator Hill, for what purpose?
Question.
You yield, Senator Hill.
I yield.
Senator
Who
Hill.
would this leave that would have to be in compliance or licensed besides these that are under the brokers?
Well, I guess it would be those that aren't currently certified.
I mean, how many, do we know anything about it?
I don't know, Senator.
I mean, I know I've had a lot of complaints about this in the past. My concern would just be that, basically you got the ox garden hen house if you're inspecting your own company and nobody's, your broker's inspecting your company and the health department can't go in and inspect anything. I find that troublesome.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Senator, motion.
Motion would be to adopt the committee report by the use of morning roll call.
Senator moves we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Does anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Hill. Anyone else? Senator Horn, no. Present, Senator? Senator Horn is present. Seeing no others. There's no others. Please record all others present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's been adopted. Thank you, Senator Blackwell. We'll go to item 35. Senator Wiggins.
Call that up. Ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2781, Mississippi Access to Maternal Assistance Program, create and provide for duties and responsibilities.
My motion will be that we adopt the conference report and that Senator Williams be allowed to explain the report.
Senator Williams, you're recognized to explain the conference report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is our Mississippi Access to Maternal Assistance bill that we did. As you know, this will set up the webpage to allow expectant mothers to go have resources that they can pull down. The conference report before you differs in a couple of ways. Originally, we had the health department in charge of doing all this. We have changed that. ITS will be in charge for the technical reasons of launching the webpage and the mobile app and maintaining that. The Attorney General's office will be in charge of the content and will kind of take lead on that. With that, I will yield to any questions if there are any. No questions, I would move for adoption by use of the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no questions, Senator moves we adopt the conference report by use of morning roll call. Anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. The conference report's been adopted. Now, Senator Finnegan, you'll pass and retain 36 through 42. We'll pass and retain those. Chairman Bryan, if you wish to be recognized. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 40 and ask that the title be read.
Item 43, you mean, Senator?
Oh, I'm sorry, it's item 43, Senate nomination 40.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 40, Dr. Lori Lynn Blackmer, Picayune, Mississippi, Mississippi State Board of Optometry to represent the 5th Congressional District as it existed in 1980, 5-year term beginning July 6, 2022 and ending June 30, 2027.
Senator Bryan.
I move we do advise and consent. Mr. President, Dr. Blackmer appeared before the committee and we had a fine discussion about her service on the board. I suggest use of the morning roll call.
Senator moves adoption to do advise and consent by the use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Do advise and consent has been adopted. Senator.
I go to item 44 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 4, Patricia Robinson Nelson, Yazoo City, Mississippi, Mississippi Leadership Council on Aging as a representative from Community Volunteer Councils on Aging, term effective August 25th, 2022, and appointee shall serve at the will and pleasure of the governor.
Senator Bryan.
I move we do advise and consent. The committee reviewed this nomination and reported it to the Senate with the recommendation that the Senate do advise and consent. I suggest use of the morning roll call on advising and consenting to this nomination.
Senator moves that we do advise and consent by the use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Been adopted. Senator Bryan.
I go to item 45 and ask the title be read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 7, Clellie Ray Farmer, Poplarville, Mississippi State Board of Barber Examiners, remainder of a 4-year term effective June 28, 2022 and ending June 30, 2024, representing the 4th Congressional District.
Senator Bryan.
Mr. President, the committee reviewed this nomination. It was reported to the Senate with a recommendation that we do advise and consent. I suggest use of the morning roll call and that we advise and consent to the nomination.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the Senator moves we do advise consent by use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present by the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Do advise and consent has been adopted. Thank you, Senator. We'll go to item 46. Senator Whaley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 46, called up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 94, Lawrence Dennis Denny Terrell, Kosciuszko, Mississippi Board of Trustees of the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund, 3-year term beginning July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2025.
I'd like to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Terrell came before the committee. We had a long discussion about the Stewardship Trust Fund. There was no derogatory information within the peer report. So with that, if there are no questions, I move pass advise and consent by the morning roll call.
Are there any questions? Seeing no questions, the motion is do advise and consent by the use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Seeing none, please record all present with the use of one roll call as voting aye.
I'd like to go to item 47, called up, have the title read.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Anyone object to the procedure? I meant to say, please record all present with the use of one roll call as voting aye. It's adopted. I'm sorry. I may have messed up there. All right, we'll go to item 46.
47.
47. Okay, please read the title.
Senate nomination number 96, Matthew Wilson Matt, Lipscomb III, Lake Cormorant, Mississippi, Board of Trustees of the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund, 4-year term beginning July 1st, 2022, and ending June 30th, 2026.
Senator Whaley.
I'd like to be recognized to explain.
You're recognized to explain.
Thank you. Mr. Lipscomb came before the committee. We had a long discussion about his views with the Stewardship Trust Fund Board. There was no derogatory information within the peer report. So if there are no questions, I move for due advise and consent by the use of morning roll call.
Senator moves due advise and consent by the use of morning roll call. Does anyone object to this procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Present. Senator McClendon. That's present. Anyone else? Please record all others present with the use of morning roll call as voting aye. Due advise and consent's been adopted, Senator. Item 48.
Call that item up and have the title read.
Please read the title.
Senate nomination number 77, Dr. Robert Purnell Doc Taylor, Flowood, Mississippi State Superintendent of Public Education, term beginning January 16, 2023.
Senator DeBar.
Thank you, Mr. President. The motion is that we do advise and consent, and I'd ask that you recognize Senator Johnson to discuss the nominee.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As was said, this is the confirmation for Dr. Taylor that was appointed as state superintendent. We invited Dr. Taylor to a hearing here at the Capitol where all senators were invited. He fielded questions for most of 2.5 hours. Based on his answers from those questions, I felt comfortable moving him out of the subcommittee, and we moved him onto the full committee, which obviously passed this week. And so peer report shows no derogatory information, and I think Dr. Taylor answered all the questions he was asked in a way that led me to believe that he was fit to serve as superintendent. And so the motion is due advise and consent.
We'll take question. Any questions? And seeing no question, the motion is due advise. Oh, I'm sorry. Barnett? Senator Barnett, for what purpose? Senator Barnett, you pass. Senator Bryan?
I just want to speak on the nomination.
You're recognized, Senator.
Mr. President, I'm aware that among some senators, there's opposition to this nomination. I don't know of any reason that has been articulated that is compelling that we should reject this nominee. The state constitution vests in the state school board the authority to operate or choose the state superintendent. That constitutional amendment came about in the 1980s, in a period of time where there was an interest in getting this position out of the political process. There had been a state board of education composed of 3 statewide elected officials. There was a very determined effort and a vote of the people to set up this state board of education to insulate public education from the political process. The members of this current board were appointed by the current lieutenant governor the current governor, and the current Speaker of the House. The unanimous recommendation of this board, appointed by those three individuals, is that this individual should be the State Superintendent of Education. Dr. Taylor has come to Mississippi. He's been visiting with schools around the state. He's not seen all the superintendents, but as he said, he started visiting the school districts that were were performing poorly first. I know nothing in his conduct or in his background that would even come close to disqualifying him to serve, or that this body can articulate. Now, these were the objections that were raised in committee, that were expressed. There was a concern that we did not like the process that the State Board of Education used. I repeat, the Constitution itself vests in the State Board of Education the authority to select a State Superintendent of Education. If we wish to get involved in the process, we could have passed resolutions, general laws, whatever. But that's not our decision. I've pointed out that we've never complained about the process before. I've been here 40 years, but hundreds, if not thousands, of nominations. I've never heard any complaint about the process until this one indication. Just recently, we've had the governor choose the director of the Department of Revenue. There was no question about that process. The Highway Commission chose the director of transportation. There was no complaint about that process. We've had other nominations for important positions, agency heads. This is the first I've ever heard of a complaint about the process. The other complaint was that Dr. Taylor, although he's a Mississippi native and has moved back to Mississippi, actually spent time outside the state. And we shouldn't have that sort of thing. Well, where does one start? It wasn't that long ago that we elected county superintendents of education. And we changed that. And one of the arguments was that if you're electing a county superintendent of education, you're restricted to individuals who live in that county. Wouldn't it be better to allow a county to hire a superintendent which never had set foot in the county before? I don't understand the notion that we only want people from Mississippi. I thought we wanted people from other states to come here. But if we've got this hang up about people in Mississippi and how it's insulting to people in Mississippi that we don't have in-state folks, what about this Ole Miss baseball team we had up here just a couple of days ago? Surely the Ole Miss baseball team at the University of Mississippi wouldn't have any players on it from outside Mississippi. Well, that would be an insult to every high school baseball player in the state. Again, it's only for this one nomination that these matters seem to be raised. And I believe we desperately need a permanent state superintendent of education. There are problems, in my opinion, at the department that need to be addressed. They need to be getting good data. They need to be analyzing it properly. Lots of us have different positions about what to do about public education. I don't know any position which holds that it's better not to have good data. They desperately need to employ some staff with actual knowledge and ability to deal with the many issues facing us. If this nomination is not confirmed, it will set us back a year. The other thing I would ask you to think about is what is life going to be like for the next individual they try to hire to be state superintendent of education? Wouldn't that individual have to think a long time about getting involved in what now will for all time be a political football. What obstacles are we creating for the next superintendent of education? And if we find that an individual chosen by a constitutional board is vested with the authority to choose the state superintendent of education, and I'll point out again, members chosen by the governor of the state, the lieutenant governor of the state, and the speaker of the House, all unanimously recommend this individual. If that's not good enough for us, and with no articulated reason to oppose this individual, I think we'd be making a serious mistake, and I urge members to vote that we do advise and consent to this nomination.
Senator Johnson, to close. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Sparks, did you have a question?
Speak on the nomination.
You're recognized.
I appreciate Senator Bryan's commentary about the selection of not only state superintendent of education, but of all the other positions. They're chosen by the lieutenant governor, the governor, speaker of the House. The part that he didn't talk about that is also in the Constitution is with the advice and consent of the Senate. I don't sit on education. I did not go to that hearing. I did try to do my due diligence, as I have a vote of advice and consent, as all 52 of us do. I look back on some that have come through committees that I serve on, and you have advice and consent in committee, as you all are familiar with. This one is a little different in the sense that it is a board chosen appointment. It's also constitutional, and it also runs for an unlimited period of time. So it is different. Serves with advice and consent of the Senate and at the board's will and pleasure. That's the language that's in the Constitution. We have many struggles in this state. We have educational struggles. We have healthcare struggles. We're battling over the delivery of both of those things. What does the future look like? We have conversations about school choice. We see what our neighbors have done in Arkansas, what they've done in Florida. We know that we have many decisions in front of us. I am blessed to live in an area and in a district that has phenomenal public schools. I'm a product of public schools. My mother's a public school teacher. I reached out to superintendents in my district. I've taught with others who've taught with their local superintendents. Those are the people I am involved with more often than not. They are the local people on the ground. They are the people impacting our children's lives, and we get lost sometimes in the politics of what's best for the children. And in this state, we have districts that have historically underperformed, and those children are at a disadvantage. That's why we talk about school choice. Vouchers scares people to death, especially those of us who come from strong public education backgrounds. But in my due diligence, I look to the data of the nominee for the decade that he served in the Bladen County School District as superintendent. I asked Peer for additional data that was not scored. I asked for information from the Clinton School District where he was for 8 years as an assistant superintendent, because I was very interested in how he would address underperforming school districts. The record that we had before us, the record the committee has before us, is that in Bladen County there were 13 schools in that district. They were C, D, and F districts, in 2014. That was the first year of scores that we had. 2010 to 2021, I think, was the period of time that the nominee was the superintendent of that district. One of those schools made it to a B during that 5-year period of scores that we had from 14 to 19. But at the end, there were 13 schools that were C and D districts. I asked for data from other years. That's 18 years that you've either been a superintendent or an assistant superintendent. And I don't have the data that supports the performance in the underperforming schools being improved. The question was asked directly during the Senate Education hearing, and the answer was not specific. There were not things that were said that gave me encouragement that the underperforming districts in this state would be best served. Yes, I do too have problems with the process. I do think it could be handled better. There's so many things in this state that we rely way too much on consultants, and people are too worried about who's getting the next contract. I have concerns about that, not only in education, but in every part of our government. We're too worried about who's going to get paid next. We're too worried about testing and who's going to get that contract. What we need to do is focus on the kids, and particularly the kids who have had the most difficult time in the underperforming schools. I'm going to vote no today, not because I don't respect the nominee, nor because I don't respect the Constitution, because the data I have before me says while someone may be constitutionally qualified, they may not be the right person for the job today. Thank you.
Senator, you yield the podium or you take questions?
I'll yield the podium.
Yield the podium. Okay. Senator Johnson to close. Well, Senator Barnett, for what purpose?
I just want to speak.
Okay. You're recognized to speak before he closes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was not my wish to get here and address this Senate. We've all known for a minute that this vote was coming. And you, like me, would rather for it to have happened and happen quickly and we'd be done with it. But I just listened to my vice chair who gave his opinion as to why he would not vote for the superintendent. I have to ask that we think about the vote that we're about to cast. Do I know the superintendent personally? No, but I do know that he is a product of Mississippi. As a matter of fact, he is born and raised in Laurel, Mississippi, which is in my district. Went to college at the University of Southern Mississippi. Went and worked out of state and decided to come home. And now we tell this man that you are not welcome here at home. But to go back to my vice chair's comments, he mentioned several things: school choice, vouchers. He mentioned those poor and undeserving school districts. For those people who are poor and undeserving, those are the people who have a hard time getting those vouchers. Those are the people that don't understand those things because of their situations. He talked about 18 years compared to decades of other people who have been there that still hasn't moved the needle. He talks about who gets paid, the data, and all of those things. Well, if you all can remember, it's been 3 years ago, or a little longer, that this body had those same questions because we were at the time talking about the Department of Education, but we was talking about another hot topic that, had it not been for COVID, would have still been talked about today, and that is our prison systems. And we brought in a person who had a checkered past. We brought in a person that had some concerns, and that person that we have today, I had to confirm that person. And still today, our prison numbers are greater today
than they were when we brought this person in. But did that stop us? No. Was it the same process? Yes, it was. Well, did we ask questions about contract? No. Is that still going on? We can all assure each other that yes, it is. So we talk about data, we talk about the process, let's talk about the whole process and all of the data and all who has came through this body to be confirmed. We confirm them because we want to believe that they're going to do the job that we are confirming them to do. This is the reason why I confirmed a correctional commissioner. Even with most of you disagreeing, we did it. You trusted me in the process to let's do this, and we still standing behind them, support them as much as we possibly can. I'm just asking that we do the same thing when we talk about all nominations. When we talk about those things, let's be factual and let's talk about all of those things because they are all the same. I'm just asking that we give this individual an opportunity, just like we did others, to turn our institutions around, whether it be corrections or education. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Simmons, I think you're going to want to ask a question.
Yeah, a friendly question, Mr. President.
You want to ask
Senator Barnett.
Senator Barnett a question? Okay, Senator, you yield?
Yes.
Senator Simmons?
Yeah, Senator Barnett, you, in your remarks that you so eloquently stated about giving Dr. Taylor the same opportunity that we've given prior superintendents, are you aware that the current Board of Education, and I think Amanda or Carlos is going to put it up, if we can actually project it on the screen. My question goes to what I would like to have projected on the screen. Can we have it projected on the screen, please? Yes, we take it there. Take Barbara.
We will make copies and distribute to everyone rather than put on the screen. Copies are being made now.
Okay, thank you.
And then shoot a vote we do just like we did 2020. That's the right thing.
Senator Simmons, I believe everyone has a copy now.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
So you have a question?
Yes, I do.
You're recognized for a question. You yield to Senator Simmons for this
Yes,
question?
Mr.
Okay,
President.
Senator Simmons.
Senator Barnett, you are aware that the State Board of Education is determined based upon our own state constitution. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And based off the appointees that we grant advice and consent in this body, once that board is determined, that board is the board that selects our state superintendent. Are you aware of that, Senator Barnett?
Yes.
And was that the same process we went through with Dr. Taylor?
Yes.
And as far as we know, with Dr. Carey Wright?
Yes.
And all the superintendents before her?
Yes.
And so I just wanted members of this august body to see the current members of the State Board of Education and who were the ones who were responsible for naming those members, from House Speaker Philip Gunn, Governor Tate Reeves, and certainly our Honorable President of the Senate, Lieutenant Governor Delbert Holzman. And I want the members to see a list of the current Board of Education, because this Board of Education was the one that selected Dr. Taylor. And are you asking this body, if nothing else, for them to vote to support the Board of Education in their selection in Dr. Taylor?
That's exactly what I'm asking this body to do, Senator.
Thank you, Chairman Barnett, for yielding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we all agree that the nomination, or the nominee, passes all of the criteria through law that we have for being the superintendent. From my perspective, I think that it's very difficult to find a unicorn that would fit all of the things that check all the boxes that we have. I do think the superintendent of education in Mississippi is one of the, if not the most important confirmations that we will have. And I believe that having a strong, competent leader is very important, but I also know that there's more than just one person that goes into making districts successful. And I think that the state superintendent role is quite different than a local superintendent role. For those reasons, and my conversations with Dr. Taylor, I choose to support him. But we're a body of 52 individuals that can deliberate and each offer different perspectives. And so I ask you to advise and consent. And with that, I move that we do advise and consent using the morning roll call.
Morning roll call. Objection to morning, use the morning roll call. Call the roll.
Barnett. Barrett. Blackman. Blackwell. Blunt. Boyd. Branning. Bryan. Butler to 36. Butler to 38. Carter. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Frazier. Harkins. Hickman. Hill. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Michelle. Moran. Norwood. Parker. Parks. Polk. Seymour. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thomas. Thompson. Turner Ford. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. Younger. Barnett. Barrett. Boyd. Polk. Wiggins. Voting yes or yay. Barnett. Blackman. Blunt. Bryan. Butler for 36. Butler for 38. Carter. Frazier. Hickman. Hobson. Horn. Jackson. Johnson. Jordan. Michelle. Norwood. Polk. Simmons of the 12th. Simmons of the 13th. Thomas and Turner Ford. Voting no or nay. Barrett. Blackwell. Boyd. Branning. Kaufman. Chazanall. Chisholm. DeBar. Delano. England. Fillingane. Harkins. Hill. Kirby. McCon. McDaniel. McClendon. McMahon. Moran. Parker. Parks. Seymour. Sojourner. Sparks. Suber. Tate. Thompson. Whaley. Wiggins. Williams. And Younger. Yes.
21 yeas, 31 nays. The appointment is not confirmed. All right. Does anyone have anything else on the calendar? I'm sorry, Senator Barnett. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President.
For what purpose, sir? For what purpose, Senator?
For what purpose?
Yes, sir.
I would like to hold an item that we just taken up on a motion to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider, Senator Barnett. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Senator Kirby, for what purpose, sir?
Announcement at the proper time.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call a Rules Committee meeting in the morning at 9:15 in the Pro Tem's office.
Rules 9:15, Mr. Clerk in the Pro Tem's office. Any other announcements? Senator Harkins, for what purpose, sir?
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourns today, I ask they do so in memory of Miss Dorothy Willis, who passed away a week ago.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose, sir?
adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
When we adjourn, would like to adjourn in the memory of Mr. Jim Ainsworth of Houston, Texas. He is the in-law of many of who y'all know, Andy Taggart. His suddenly passed away. And that would be joined by Senator Michelle and Senator England.
Thank you, Senator.
And Senator Harkins.
Senator Younger for an announcement.
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourns, please do so for the mayor of Columbus's mother, Hilda Gaskin, and that's for me and Senator Turner Ford. And also there's a Bill Plowler in Columbus to adjourn in memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Butler for an announcement.
Yes, Mr. President, adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourned today, I'd like for them to adjourn in memory of Kurt Charles Johnson, who died on the 23rd of this month.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Tate for an announcement.
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the Senate adjourns today, I ask that it do so in memory of Maydell Covert.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else? Senator England? Senator England pass. Anyone else? Anyone else? We have some unfinished business, Senate. So if you'd listen for Senator Polk's motion. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the Senate stand in recess, subject to call of the chair.
To call the chair. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes